Good morning and welcome to the second day at the 30th anniversary conference of the EEAC network in Helsinki. The topic for these days is the critical decade of action mobilizing sustainability transformation in Europe. And we had a wonderful day yesterday. We covered topics such as creating partnerships for sustainability transformation and Europe's global responsibility in combating climate change. And today we'll continue with, for example, with a keynote about midterm policy actions needed against the biodiversity crisis. The conference is hosted by Finland's 3 independent science panels, the Finnish expert panel for sustainable development, the Finnish climate change panel, and the Finnish nature panel. Again, please feel free to share your insights from the conference on Twitter and on other social media. Hashtags for social media are, again, EEAC30 and critical decade. And you can also tag the handle EEAC network. My name is Hanna Nikkanen. I'm an environmental journalist at the Finnish long-form magazine Longplay. I'll be facilitating the keynote session today as well. And now I have the honor of introducing our high-level opening first speaker. She's Maria Ohisalo. She has served as Minister of the Environment since June 22. So, and before that, she served as the Minister of the Interior for 2 years. She has a PhD in sociology. She has worked as a researcher on issues related to social exclusion. And now, please, Minister Ohisalo, the floor is yours.
Dear change makers, thank you for this opportunity to greet and congratulate the European Environment and Sustainable Development Advisory Council's network on behalf of the Finnish government and Ministry of the Environment. In the era of the climate crisis and biodiversity loss, research and concrete recommendations provided by scientific advisory bodies are needed more than ever. Solutions to these crises and the transformation our societies need must be based on scientific research. In Finland, we have 3 excellent science panels: the Finnish Expert Panel for Sustainable Development, the Finnish Climate Change Panel, and the Finnish Nature Panel. These panels have given valuable guidance to our government on several issues. Just to mention a few examples, our carbon neutrality target 2035 and other emission reduction targets in our new Climate Act were actually set based on the recommendations of the Climate Change Panel. This year, we prepared a new Nature Protection Act, and the Nature Panel was heard in the process. The Sustainable Development Panel gave valuable guidance for our circular economy program. And I want to warmly thank all the experts who have been involved in the work of these panels. Dear friends, this decade has probably surprised all of us. First, the global COVID pandemic, then the Russian invasion to Ukraine. At the same time, the effects of the climate crisis are becoming more and more visible, and hunger threatens millions of people in Africa. Pandemic and the war only have been a wake-up call and a dress rehearsal for future challenges, like United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said. But also, a lot of good things are actually happening. The EU is finalizing its climate package, and many countries have set new ambitious emission reduction targets. Renewable electricity growth is accelerating faster than ever. The urgent need for climate action has been recognized widely in the societies. Today, I would like to address specifically 2 topics that are maybe less visible in public debate, but nevertheless crucial for our future. These are overconsumption of natural resources and loss of biodiversity. I'm certain that in this decade, these burning issues will be as widely discussed in politics as climate crisis is now. In the coming years, we will need knowledge, new tools, indicators, and policy recommendations to tackle these crises. Globally, the use of natural resources has more than tripled in 50 years, and the OECD estimates that it will almost double from the current level by 2060, unless we change our production and consumption habits. The use of virgin natural resources is the main cause for climate change and loss of biodiversity. The green transition is a way forward. However, it will also increase the demand of natural resources. Thus, a new race for these resources will begin. Windmills, electric cars, and hydrogen solutions require materials and low-carbon electricity. There is not just one single solution to respond to this challenge. Transition to a circular and more sustainable economy is not just about businesses, but the whole society. And the way we plan and design our policies, cities, and infrastructure, as well as our daily lives, has to change. Above all, we have to tackle the elephant in the room. High consumption society is simultaneously a benchmark for measuring development success. But at the same time, the use of virgin natural resources is the main cause for climate change and loss of biodiversity. Nevertheless, we somehow fade down the discussion on overconsumption and avoid looking for effective policy tools and ambitious global policy on natural resources. So far, globally, there are no real targets on dealing with overconsumption beyond limiting food waste. However, first steps to attend to the issue are already being taken. The European Union Circular Economy Action Plan was released in 2020, and it aims to reduce the footprint of production and consumption and double circular material use within the EU. Also here in Finland, we have set circular economy targets. Last year, our government adopted circular economy strategy and made a decision, I would say maybe a historical decision, to set a cap to curb the overconsumption of natural resources. To walk the talk and to achieve the goals of the circular economy program, we have also launched a process towards a low-carbon circular economy agreement with industry sectors, companies and regions. We are just in the beginning to start a scenario process with the key businesses and cities. Ministries, businesses and cities together with the researchers create 3 pathways to the future and try to identify the most effective measures to change the trend, advance the circular economy and to create new opportunities. Based on ongoing scenario work, the organizations that joined the agreement set goals and defined effective measures to achieve the goals. The outcome of this dialogue will eventually help to find policy tools to create a positive circle, but also enables the discussion of somewhat sci-fi solutions, if I may say. New solutions can be new products of carbon dioxide recovered from pulp mills, plant-based proteins, or regenerative farming. Municipalities or regions together with companies and other actors in their area can create ecosystems around solutions that promote closed cycles in the utilization of nutrients and energy, but also interesting and scalable production solutions. Dear friends, overconsumption of natural resources is one of the most important reasons behind the loss of biodiversity. It has become more and more obvious that we need new tools for fighting this negative trend. Last year, Professor Sir Partha Dasgupta's report brought the attention of the world on the need to internalize nature into decision making. In the Finnish Ministry of the Environment, we have actually launched a project on how to address the findings and objectives of Professor Dasgupta's report from Finland's point of view. The project is led by the Finnish Natural Resource Institute, and we have a multidisciplinary science panel to support this work. We have known for a long time that economic activities rely on nature and the services and materials it provides, but we have not been able to determine its economic value well enough. Now we should find suitable indicators to be monitored. For example, it is quite obvious that the value of forests cannot be calculated just as cubic meters of timber. But if the value of forest biodiversity can be calculated in euros, this will help us understand the total output of forests. However, we need to remember that money can never reflect all the different values people assign to forests and nature. I expect that the project launch in Finland will provide tools to consider natural values from an economic point of view. We have to ensure that in the future all legislation, regulation and budget decisions in Finland will be in line with the ecological framework. What would recognizing the value of nature then mean in practice? We do not always see the value of nature's functions here. One everyday example of this is pollinators that are becoming more and more endangered. Food production and our whole life depend on the services they produce. We probably rarely think that even in Finland the value of the work done by pollinators is measured in tens of millions of euros. Globally, this amount is astronomical. Yet, Parliament does not discuss the value of pollinators when the state budget is approved and discussed. Honeybees and bumblebees need suitable habitats to survive. But without understanding their value, we cannot understand the opportunity cost. That is, what is the cost of not preserving and creating habitats such as unmown margins along the roads or leaving decaying trees in commercial forests? Dear friends, the green transition is already showing huge business potential. However, while pushing the green transition, we always have to make sure that we do it in a controlled way. We must stop both crisis, climate change and biodiversity loss at the same time. It is therefore clear that in the future we must plan and prioritize in a completely new way how we use the limited natural resources we have. We need a complete systemic change. And even more importantly, we need a change in our mindsets. Nature and economy are intertwined in a crucial manner. In this work, the role of the science panels and advisory bodies is crucial. Sustainable green transition must be based on scientific knowledge and holistic understanding. We policymakers need the information and tools provided by experts. I want to thank the European Environment and Sustainable Development Advisory Councils Network for its first 30 years and wish you a lot of success for the next 30 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Ohisalo. And next up, I'm going to invite to the stage Professor Paula Eerola. She's the president of the Academy of Finland, which is an expert organization that funds scientific research, provides expertise in science and science policy, and strengthens the position of science and research in the Finnish society. And her own research field is particle physics. And she's also serving as the vice rector of the University of Helsinki. Welcome to the stage, Paula Eerola.
Thank you. Maybe I should clarify that I was serving as a vice rector, but now I have the role at the Academy of Finland. But dear distinguished guests, It is my pleasure also to welcome you all to the 30th EEAC annual conference seminar on behalf of the Finnish research funders. Science plays a key role when we try to solve problems and, for example, reduce the human footprint, enhance the resilience of natural and socio-economic systems, and strive to achieve the sustainable development goals. The role of the Academy of Finland is to support Finnish research and research environment. The Academy of Finland is an expert organization in science and research that funds high-quality scientific research, provides expertise in science and science policy, and strengthens the position of science and research in the society. We are a government agency within the administrative branch of the Finnish Ministry of Education, Science and Culture. Academy of Finland promotes excellent, responsible and high-impact research to ensure that society can make the best possible use of the results. Our goal is the renewal, diversification and increasing internationalization of Finnish research. Our activities cover the full spectrum of scientific disciplines. In 2022, Academy's funding for research amounts to, in total, about 470 million euros. Each year, our funding contributes to some 3,000 people's work at universities, research institutes, and also other organizations. The Academy of Finland as an organization is committed to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals defined in the 2030 Agenda, and has made its own commitment to the shared goals for 22 to 25. The objective of the commitment is to raise awareness of the principles of sustainable development and to emphasize the importance of these principles in research funding and research work. The aim of the renewed commitment is also to examine perspectives of sustainability and responsibility more systematically, and to highlight the importance of research as a driver of sustainable development. The commitment covers all research funding activities at the Academy. In the following, I will give some examples of Finnish research related to our themes today. The Finnish research community is actively asking funding for research on global sustainability challenges. An analysis conducted at the Academy of Finland has investigated research specifically on climate change and carbon neutrality in our application data. So looking at our applications. During 2020, Academy received more than 600 applications concerning climate change and carbon neutrality research that represented a wide range of research fields from technology to social and human sciences. And this represented more than 10% of the total number of applications in that year. The applications presented questions related to, for example, more environmentally friendly battery technology, the health effects of air pollution, reducing food waste, climate change observation technology, and decision making. The Academy of Finland and the Strategic Research Council, which operates in connection to the Academy of Finland, together funded that year research directly or indirectly linked to climate change and carbon neutrality for a total amount of approximately 68 million euros. That covered about 1/5 of the applications analyzed during that year. So the applications were also multidisciplinary. The applications included 3.4 research fields on average. The sustainability challenges of our time require collaboration across disciplines. The research themes included also a wide range of impact considerations and mitigation strategies. The climate crisis is one of the most pertinent global challenges in need of solutions. The need to address issues concerning climate change is part of the Academy Finland strategy. The Academy funds research related to climate change and carbon neutrality every year, not only in 2020, both in the autumn call and in thematic calls. The importance of research on climate change and carbon neutrality will not diminish. For example, the evaluation of the Academy of Finland published in March 2022 stresses that the Finnish research and development and innovation system must focus even more on tackling societal challenges. Academy of Finland is also funding several academic programs that are more thematic research programs related to environment and sustainable development. For example, climate synergy, biofuture, carbon value, climate change and health, critical materials in circular economy of cities, and development research. These are the programs running at the moment. These programs aim to strengthen research in these fields, promote making use of research results, and highlight the importance of quality research in tackling global challenges. Research priorities within these themes may change due to new technological innovations or research results, for example, but the overall goal of mitigation and adaptation remains. The Academy of Finland coordinates national research infrastructure investments and supports European and international infrastructures. The role of research infrastructures in the green and digital transition has been recognized. Indeed, responsibility and sustainable development, as well as digital platforms and data, have been named among the 6 strategic development areas identified in the Strategy for National Research Infrastructure, which is now the current one from 2020 to 2030. For example, the Integrated Carbon Observation System, ICOS, research infrastructure has its headquarters in Finland. Finland is also leading the implementation of the S3 landmark, aerosols, clouds, trace gases research infrastructure called ACTRIS. There's also the Strategic Research Council in connection to Academy. The Strategic Research Council funds high-quality research with great societal relevance and impact. The research seeks concrete solutions to grand challenges that require multidisciplinary approaches. Through research programs, the Strategic Research Council conducts policy-relevant research into issues that are too large or too complex to be solved by a single academic discipline. This includes pressing concerns that affect the future of the Finnish society, such as climate change, energy security, population aging, and sustainable development. The Strategic Research Council programs run typically for 6 years and focus on long-term research goals, especially on identifying solutions to major societal challenges. The programs share and combine experiences in academia, policy, and international organizations to help bridge any gaps between scientific and policy communities. The Strategic Research Council currently funds, for example, the following programs on climate neutral and resource scarce Finland, keys to sustainable growth, towards a sustainable, healthy and climate-neutral food system, innovative materials and services to promote resource wisdom and sustainable development, and climate change and humans. And the Strategic Research Council is also making preparations for a large-scale double program called On a Just Green Transition. And then some words also about the international collaboration. The international collaboration is a key element of high-level research and partnerships. International collaboration among Nordic, European and global research communities offers a good ground for joint efforts, scientific results and exchange of knowledge. Partnerships range from individual research mobility between countries to multi-sectorial and multinational partnerships, such as the Horizon Europe supported partnerships. The joint European Recovery and Resilience Facility is an opportunity for green and digital transitions. Finland's Recovery and Resilience Plan forms part of the Sustainable Growth Programme for Finland. The program supports growth that is ecologically, socially and economically sustainable. The Academy of Finland supports the implementation of Finland's Recovery and Resilience Plan with funding to promote the dual digital and green transition. In 2021 and 2022, the Academy's RRF-based funding amounts altogether 85 million euros. Dear participants of this conference and dear guests, the need for collaboration between actors in Europe and across the world is now greater than ever. It is important to bring researchers and other actors together from South and North, East and West. The theme of this 30th EEAC annual conference is the critical decade of action, mobilizing sustainability transformation in Europe. It is indeed a time for action, given the accelerating pace of climate change, loss of biodiversity, and use of natural resources. Research helps our societies to respond to global challenges. Research-based knowledge is mandatory, ensuring sustainable development and protecting the welfare of future generations. In this endeavor, open science is a tool to overcome barriers to the free and open international exchange of data and information, and thereby generate global impact. The Finnish scientific community is strongly committed to open science policies. But with these words, I wish to wish you a very fruitful continuation of this important conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Eerola. And we're moving on to our third keynote session, the first one for today, which is called the Midterm Policy Actions Needed Against the Biodiversity Crisis. We'll have here today on stage or online Professor Josef Settele, who will give a keynote speech, then Mr. Patrick Child, who will be joining us for a comment online. Then we'll have Director General of the Department of Natural Environment at the Ministry of Environment, Tarja Haaranen, will be joining us for a panel, as well as Professor Janne Kotiaho and MP Saara-Sofia Sirén. And this session will review previous successful policy actions to halt biodiversity loss, and especially what type of concrete actions are needed now. And we'll discuss how those could be addressed and what are the most difficult stumbling blocks that from different points of view. And the session is organized by the Finnish Nature Panel, which is an independent scientific advisory body consisting of 15 experts representing a broad range of scientific fields and universities and research institutions. Hashtags for social media are again shown on screen. And now we'll start with the keynote speech from Professor Josef Settele, who's the member of the German Advisory Council on Environment, and he was also co-chair of the previous IPBES Global Assessment Report. Welcome, and the floor is yours, Professor Settele.
Take this one. So thank you very much for this kind invitation, kind introduction. It's my pleasure to be here. And it's a kind of difficult task to talk of something like, does this work? I have to switch it on. Something like medium-term actions needed against the biodiversity crisis. So I just picked out a few bits and pieces, some elements which might be a good basis for the discussion later. So let's see how it works. I'm first going to start, not surprisingly maybe, well, I'm a member of this Scientific Advisory Council of the German government on the environment, just to mention this one, but I'm not talking on behalf of this council, I'm talking on behalf of my own background, but I'm a member of this one, but also a member of UFZ and many other kind of activities and organizations. So we started with a global assessment with some elements, because this was a kind of baseline we have as an internationally agreed, let's say, catalog of activities, which is in the summary for policymakers, agreed as a consensus document. I just picked out a few examples of things which I think are important in the medium term, but many of the medium term things we want to do have to be started now, of course, because they will be medium term anyhow, because things take quite long in many cases. So for example, this is some of this, just some examples here. Feeding humanity and enhancing the conservation and sustainable use of nature are complementary. Well, that's very obvious, but can't be repeated often enough. That can be advanced through sustainable agriculture, aquaculture, and livestock systems. The safeguarding of native species, varieties, breeds, and habitats, and ecological restoration. As we are now in a decade of restoration, this is already kind of an entry point here. By the way, on restoration, I always, let's say, tend to make a word of caution. It's much better to conserve things rather than destroying and restoring them later again. So this is a kind of a very important component. We have sometimes, let's say, tended to rather destroy things and restore them again. I think it also adds to the GDP, I think. But if you don't do this, it might be much better. It's about promotion of sustainable agriculture and agroecological practices. So agroecology is a philosophy, a scientific discipline. It's a kind of, let's say, mixture of quite interesting approaches. And I'm an agriculturist myself by background, just as a kind of side note. It's about empowering producers and consumers to transform supply chains and facilitate sustainable and healthy dietary choices. These are all texts which are agreed as a consensus from the plenary, which was in May 2019, so before the pandemic actually. But most of the things hold through even after the pandemic, of course. Another one, challenges relate to climate change, nature deterioration, and achieving a good quality of life for all are interconnected. Therefore, they need to be addressed synergistically from local to global levels. And one of the statements, the 8 nature-based solutions are estimated to provide 37% of climate change mitigation. These numbers vary a bit, that's around 1/3, let's say, until 2030, needed to meet the goal of keeping climate warming below 2 degrees. But this is now 3 years old, with likely co-benefits for biodiversity. However, large-scale deployment of intensive biochain plantations will likely have negative impacts on biodiversity and can threaten food and water security as well as local livelihoods, including by intensifying social conflict. So this bioenergy topic is one specific one, which was repeated again in this joint report of IPBES and IPCC 2020-21, and also in the last Working Group 2 assessment report of IPCC. It's always the same message again. It was kind of, let's say, repeated, and it's surely an important component that bioenergy is, of course, a solution, but not if it's based on, let's say, monocultural plantations, because they are kind of competing with many other things. And also energetically, they're not necessarily the best solution. You have lots of inputs, a bit of outputs, but in the kind of in the balance is not really a big gain, but it's a loss of area. And the third one I picked out here is the very large picture, of course. A key component of sustainable pathways is the evolution of global financial and economic systems to build a global sustainable economy, steering away from the current limited paradigm of economic growth. And there are some details. I'll just take the second one. OECD countries subsidize $100 billion in agriculture production that is not environmentally friendly annually. So it's just one component. So we are subsidizing with lots of money things which cost even more afterwards, subsidizing all these fossil fuel things, for example. So subsidies is an important component. These are all things very much linked, of course, to biodiversity and ecosystem services. That's why it's in this document of IPBES, of the global assessment. Some of you might have seen this picture before. It's about the drivers we have impacting the biodiversity on a global scale, according to terrestrial, freshwater, and marine biomes. And you can see the most dominating ones in the last 50 years have been land use and sea use change, direct exploitation, climate change already now is number 3 at the moment, but it's catching up quite fastly, pollution, and invasive species. This also means it impacts direct drivers, but it's not always necessarily negative. So land use change also might have positive impacts, of course. It's just impacting something. So where there's a problem, there's also the solution, of course. This is the thing we have to deal with. And then we went into the indirect drivers in the global assessment, which is not prioritized. So direct ones are kind of, let's say, what the most dominant ones. There is some literature about this. And the indirect ones is about social values. It's about demography, economics, technology, institutions and governance, etc. So this is really quite important to tackle our direct drivers via the indirect. It's very obvious again. This also is one thing which was quite important and the consensus agreement in the meeting, in the summary for policymakers. So these are the, let's say, 6 most important components. It's about governance, about economic systems, about equity within countries and across the globe. So this inequality kind of issue is a quite important one. Cross-sectoral planning, incentives, and of course social narratives and values. That's the big picture, and this will always remain the same, I think, for the next medium-term activities we are going to deal with. Now let me just go a bit into this IPCC-IPBES joint report, which was published the year before, I think last year, or year before. And I'll just pick out some examples which are more, let's say, close to our landscapes. Now in Central Europe, we try to see where are the trade-offs between climate change and biodiversity conservation. And one component is the cultural landscapes in Central Europe. So if we maintain these traditional land use systems, because partly they're the reasons for our biodiversity, that's why I said land use change can also lead to something positive if it's a kind of slow process, like we had in history in Central Europe. Then you have to reduce extinction risk for rare and highly adapted species. So many of them are adapted to this kind of land uses, especially in grasslands, for example, or heathlands. But you have, of course, the downside is not the climate vegetation, it's less carbon sequestration. There are CH4 methane emissions by animal husbandry and trade-offs between crop fields versus forests. We maintain a high diversity of pollinators, as mentioned by the minister before, and natural enemies of pests. Biocontrol services are important here. We produce high-quality food, meat and vegetarian, but trade-off with food quantity, and we have medicinal plants. So the trade-off quality and quantity is an important one as well in the whole food system, of course. The food system is one thing we are just working on the EEAC right now at the moment. More or less it will be out next month, I guess, Mikhail? Something like this, okay. And it's about maintaining options for adaptation to future changes in the cultural context, sense of place, and mental and physical recreation. So these are the components. Why it's not always straightforward to say, okay, eat less meat, that's okay. Eat no meat might not be okay for some of these landscapes to be maintained. You have this in the north of Finland, I think, where people say, well, you can't eat the grass, but you can eat the animals feeding on the grass. It's the same we have at our home place. I come from southern Bavaria, in front of the Alps. You can either eat cows and milks and cheese, and maybe some potatoes, and that's about it. And if you don't have this, it's very hard to live, of course. That's one impression that Central Europe is kind of, let's say, man-made landscapes. This is a mixture of forest patches and then some kind of heathland, some meadows. And there are certain species, like this large blue butterfly also lives in Sweden, I think, which is kind of moving across these patches in a meta-population kind of fashion. You all know Ilkka Hansky's meta-population work started here in Finland. That's surely one of the forerunners of all the studies we are doing in this direction. But this requires also to have this kind of open spaces, have certain dynamics in land use. And as long as you have many patches, you can also afford having some chaotic land use systems, random systems. It's different if you just do everything at the same time, which happens nowadays, then all the things are destroyed at one time and this species can't survive in the landscape anymore. It was yesterday this biodiversity afternoon. I liked very much this global biodiversity impacts of our consumption. And here Ville said meat and cheese are high impacts, that's right, in any kind of direction. Historically, it might have a positive impact, now it might be a negative one, but it's not very easy to say, okay, it's good or bad. It depends on the circumstances, on the context, and on the quantities, on the quantification of things. I'll take another example, which is one of my favorite areas. I go to the tropics. Rice terraces as a quite interesting ecosystem, agro-ecosystem. Everybody knows irrigated rice, methane, climate-wise a quite tricky thing. But also here again, you have to think about these trade-offs and what can achieve with different kind of land uses. We did the same. This is from this EEAC IPCC report. We had many case studies across the globe, and the numbers just indicate the setting on a map, which is there where we are geographically. So maintaining forests and avoid application of pesticides is one of the backgrounds of irrigated rice terraces and forests in Southeast Asia. So forest habitat for rare species, that's very clear, high endemics and high agrodiversity for stabilization of pest control, for example, at pest population at low levels. We have sequestration of carbon through maintenance of forests, CH4 emissions through paddy fields. And this link is not obvious at the first sight, but all these terrace systems depend on continuous water supply, which is even not guaranteed in the tropics because rain is also kind of seasonal in some places. But if you have forest covers on top of the mountains, this continuity is guaranteed. This means that local populations for their livelihood are interested and actively do preserve the forests in the higher elevations. And these are areas of high biodiversity. So you have the trade-off between carbon in the forest, which is maintained, they have the CH4 emissions, and you have the high biodiversity component. So it's really hard to calculate what is more important, how we can deal with this. But in such cases, if you give up this irrigation agriculture, then you lose the forest as well because there's no more incentive for people to maintain the forest, because then it's still much more precious to sell some of the wood, for example, of these places. With stabilized food supply, avoidance of chemical pollution is another component. These rice agroecosystems, for example, are very old. They have a high diversity. So the insect diversity of rice ecosystems without pesticides is higher than any kind of natural forest in the Central European setting. That's kind of amazing information. But it's due because it was a long-term evolution over hundreds of years. Which means nowadays, if you don't apply any insecticides in irrigated rice fields, you always have at least the same yield, sometimes a higher yield, but less destruction of nature. But to bring across this message is quite a difficult task. We might talk about this slightly later. So you have to find ways to bring across this non-intuitive scientific results. Again, here sense of place important, physical recreation, traditional customs, and high ecotourism potential as well. If you're going to tourism, it's quite important in such areas. So one of the main summary slides of the IPBES IPCC report is about the triangle between biodiversity, good quality of life, and climate change. We always have to deal with these things jointly. All these three of them are important. I just want to mention a few examples of ongoing projects which are important for the medium term. There's one about freshwater, mainstreaming restoration of rivers and wetlands in Europe called MELIN. And this is just one example, as I said, just started last year. And these people, or this team, is working in different systems. So it's about peatlands, it's about streams and rivers, and it's also about large transboundary rivers. So it's a project looking at all these freshwater components across Europe and how they can be restored. And it's mainly learning from best practice for future developments. I have some flyers of the Merlin project. If you're interested, just ask me later. I can give them to you. For example, they look at biodiverse flower meadows, which is a kind of, let's say, thing beyond the traditional freshwater thing, which I like very much as a terrestrial person. I'm not a freshwater person myself. So also think about landscape context, how the adjacent land use is affecting your river quality. An important component, very obvious, and it's good that these things are also included in a project focusing on freshwater. Another thing is, which I very much focus on, is about engaging with economic sectors. So seizing green business opportunities is another important component of this one. I think there are lots of opportunities, but also risks. It's always the same. If it's interesting, it's risky. Opportunities, you have to tackle this one. I would always say no risk, no fun. So if you want to have fun, you have to go into the risk domain somehow. Okay, another component mentioned this morning also by the minister. We need, of course, develop indicators. We have to look at how the biodiversity develops across the landscape. It's a European thing here called SPRING. It's a pilot project which is coordinated by me and a colleague of UK's EEAC. So he's British, but well, we are flexible in terms of Brexit and our colleagues and how to deal with that. So we jointly run this activity, which is about developing monitoring schemes and indicators for pollination, for pollinators. You might know this grassland indicator, which is established through citizen scientists across the last 30, 40 years. So we have a scheme across Europe with nearly all countries doing the same methodology to assess butterflies. And we're trying to develop this further for all the other pollinators, so bumblebees, normal bees, hoverflies, maybe some moths as well. And that's how we have divided Europe for this approach. We have kind of test sites all across these regions to see how it works, to see how it develops. And the idea is that national countries, let's say, take over these approaches to develop a sustainable long-term system. We might not succeed in all the countries, but I think we are quite well advanced in Northern Europe, of course, partly in Central Europe, and also in some other areas. And just going back to the thing yesterday from Anne, the offset design. I took this from the live streams. I was also following on the live streams for some time. And I noticed some of his comments. Avoiding damage is cheaper than the offsetting. This is the same like conservation better than restoring. No? Offsets will hardly revise the trend, but surely they are an important component. And we had to vote yesterday whether it's obligatory or voluntary. So green voluntary, red obligatory. I raised both cards. I couldn't decide because it depends very much on the context, I think. And one more component mentioned today, of course, valuing and monetizing values is quite difficult. So we did a paper on this 10 years ago. Precisely incorrect was the headline. So I think monetizing is a good approach, but it has to be very differentiated. So mentioned this morning by the minister, we have this value of pollination, which is 150 billions per year if you base it on the value of the product. But if you base it on the value what you need to replace this pollination, then it's 4 or 5 times the amount. So last slide here. We also have to try to, let's say, improve our advice system. So there's this new approach, BioAgora, which is the baseline to develop a science service, initiated by Eva Fuhrmann. Where's Eva? Somewhere here, I guess, yeah. And the thing we are trying to do is trying to get some more order into this kind of messy picture we have. Let's put it like this. And this red one is the BioAgora science service part. The idea is to improve the link between science and policy, but also vice versa, to have a kind of direct link from policy to science. It's about orchestration. That's why it's this picture down there. So just the keyword BioAgora, you can check in the internet. That's surely something worth watching. So in the end, the main statements we had in the global assessment: transformation, transformative change. Everybody talks about it, and we said for the future scenarios, plausible scenarios which include transformative change are compatible with the 2030 Sustainable Biodiversity Objectives and Vision for Biodiversity. 3 points: changes in production and consumption of energy and food, low to moderate population growth, and nature-friendly and socially fair climate adaptation and mitigation. So thank you very much, and sorry for some minutes more.
Thank you, Professor Setälä, and I'm asking you to stay here for a moment because I'd like to have some questions from the audience based on this presentation. And if you are not getting any, then I'm going to get to ask you my question. But I will prioritize the audience if there's anyone there. Do we have an audience microphone for her? Thank you.
Irina Herzon, University of Helsinki. Thank you for your very inspirational talk, but I was just wanted to comment on you on bringing out economic growth as one of the elephants in the room, because as we could hear again and again, very high-ranking persons use it as a tool for solving the problems, and that's exactly what drove us to the problems. Would you like to comment on it as in private, perhaps, as a private person, or on behalf of IPBS?
Well, maybe not on behalf of IPBS, but at least you could see in the way we have phrased things, it was a rather critical comment about the GDP as an indicator. And I was surprised that at least this kind of critical attitude towards the GDP was accepted as a consensus for all the IPBS partner countries. 139 countries now, including all the big ones, the United States and Brazil and Russia and China. So back in 2019. I didn't expect that we will survive with this one in the negotiations, but we did. So it seems there is some insight here, which is the first important step. But well, GDP depends on how you measure it and what's the background. So I mentioned this kind of restoration versus conservation. Of course, it's complete nonsense. You destroy it first and then rebuild it. It's very expensive and have a positive GDP effect, which is kind of very obvious. It shouldn't work like this. So this kind of green growth ideas might be some way out, I don't know. I'm not an economist myself, that's why it's very hard to comment on this one. It's just important that we really have to think that this has to be measured in different ways, or like we do it in Germany at the moment, we are trying to enlarge the set of indicators to a much broader thing like education and human well-being, beyond the simple GDP one, which is only about figures and economics, which don't necessarily reflect something which is positive for mankind. Maybe that's enough for the moment.
There we have another question.
Yes, thank you, Josef. I'm Eva Primer from the Finnish Environment Institute and appreciate this work and your talk very much. And I agree with you in this integrative approach that we should have all the different actors and businesses involved in saving this planet and making the transformative change. At the same time, we see a very clear role division, for example, already just in administration or in science. We see that the ministries of environment, Director Patrick Child is here, is going to talk to us soon, but that the environmental administration has a very defined role, and it might be quite limited as well. And integrating the other sectors is a challenge. If you wanted to comment on this, how the environmental administration responsible for conservation and often also restoration, designing restoration, could reach out to other sectors, or how you see that, what you see the other sectors' role to be. And perhaps you can concentrate on administration because it's so hard if we do the whole world. Thank you.
I would restrict it geographically, so nice to see you, Eva. I would restrict it geographically to my home country, Germany, which at the moment is on a good way to, let's say, break some of the silos at least. It might be linked to who is leading which kind of ministry, of course. So this is, at least there is some openness between the agriculture and the conservation one. Also with the Ministry of Economy and Climate Change, but that's Robert Habeck, with all the difficulties they have, but at least it's a kind of, there are joint activities going on between different ministries, which seems to be, for scientists, it's a logical thing to do. But it's not the logic in an administration. So they're kind of, let's say, very isolated. So these things are breaking up. And I think it's mainly a matter of, let's say, having some dedicated people who are open-minded, even if the other minister is from a different party, which is the case in our country. Of course, you have three parties governing in Germany. So this is a matter of having open-minded politicians. It's very hard how to carve them, how to design them, but that's an important component. That's all I can say at the moment. So we have to have this cross-sectoral activities. It's very important. And it's very hard to get there, but you can start here already on the national level or even the local level sometimes. At least in our case, we have 16 lenders, so it's quite diverse, which shows diversity doesn't always lead to stability, by the way, but it's a different topic.
Thank you, Professor Setälä. And now, before we move on to the comment, I have a quick note to the audience, because a bit later I will ask you in the audience to use an online tool called Padlet to answer one question. So if you have a phone or other device with an internet connection here, please have it at hand in about 15 minutes. This is also open to everyone joining us remotely. But now I have the honor of giving the floor also remotely to Mr. Patrick Child, who is Deputy Director General at the European Commission Directorate, and is a Directorate General for Environment. Please, Patrick Child, you're very, very welcome to join us here.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and good morning, everyone. And I'm really delighted to have this opportunity to participate in the 30th Annual Conference of the European Environment and Sustainable Development Advisory Council's network. And I'd like in particular to congratulate Professor Josef Setälä for his inspiring but sobering introduction to this session. I think there's no real need to convince the participants here today on the existential threats from biodiversity loss and the indissociable links with climate and sustainability challenges. We all know that biodiversity is in a dire state. In less than half a century, we've witnessed the disappearance of about half of the Earth's forests, and 1 million animal and plant species are threatened with extinction. I think we also can be all agreed on the vitally important work that the need for transformative change in line with the IPBES global assessment of biodiversity and ecosystem services in 2019. This important milestone report identified direct and indirect drivers of biodiversity loss, drew attention to transformative changes across economic, technological, political, and social factors that need to take place if the biodiversity and development goals are to be met. But against the background of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the energy crisis, and spiraling inflation, we are working today in an extremely challenging context. Short-term political imperatives are overshadowing urgent need for structural transformation to preserve and restore nature before it's too late. And we're seeing pressures to dilute or delay key policies decisions, the nature restoration law, the disappointing content of our member states' CAP strategic plans on agriculture, or the big discussion we had earlier in the year about the relationship between deployment of wind turbines and the environmental impact assessments that go with it. I believe that the Commission has successfully resisted these political pressures, and we remain fully committed to the European Green Deal and the biodiversity strategy, as our President Ursula von der Leyen made clear yesterday in her speech in the European Parliament on the State of the European Union. But I think that this very difficult context underlines once again the importance of scientists and policymakers working together on this vitally important agenda, as Professor Settler has mentioned. And I'd like to concentrate really today on 4 dimensions where I believe that this collaboration between science and policymakers is increasingly important. The first dimension is at the broad strategic level. And here, the European Union's European Green Deal is firmly rooted in science. And it embraces the necessary systemic approach where everything is interrelated. Climate change and biodiversity are, as we know, indissociably linked. Climate change accelerates the destruction of the natural world through droughts, flooding and wildfires, and the loss of nature itself is a key driver of climate change. This loss of diversity, including genetic diversity, poses a serious risk to global food security by undermining the resilience of many agricultural systems to threats such as pests, pathogens, and climate change. And the European Green Deal aims to transform the European economy and society into a more sustainable model by protecting and enhancing our natural capital, combating climate change, and building our resilience to its impacts, while ensuring a fair transition that leaves no one behind. And at the heart of the European Green Deal, the EU's biodiversity strategy for 2030 sets out our long-term plan for protecting and restoring nature and enabling our transformative change. The second dimension I'd like to comment on is European global leadership on science in the international discussions on both biodiversity and on climate. And I'm really proud of the leading role that European scientists are playing in the work of IPBES, just as they do in the IPCC for climate. I think this is a really important part of the credibility of our leaders, in particular our Commissioner for the Environment, Virginius Sinkevicius, when we go to meetings like the Biodiversity COP in Montreal later this year. Europe already has a climate law for the climate crisis, and we're calling on other countries around the world to follow our lead on climate ambition in establishing the global biodiversity framework in the COP in December. I just set out a bit our priorities for the global biodiversity framework. Firstly, we're seeking a package that combines ambitious and measurable goals and targets with strong mechanisms for monitoring and implementation, and reviewing ambitions and a solid package of financing from all sources. We're also looking for innovative solutions to the open questions around the sharing of benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. And we hope that this should also be part of an ambitious outcome of Montreal. Thirdly, we are trying to get agreement around a target to protect at least 30% of land and 30% of the global oceans by 2030, the so-called 30 times 30 target. And this is also thanks to the effort of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. We need ambitious restoration targets, something in the order of 20% for all terrestrial area and 10% for oceans and seas. The third area where I think policymakers and scientists need to work together is on the day-to-day development of European policies. European Union legislative proposals are based on rigorous better regulation and impact assessments. And science and research are really vital for us in bringing together the evidence-based. And I'd just like to mention a couple of examples that are particularly relevant today: our nature restoration law and our forthcoming proposals on forests and soil. On the nature restoration law, For the past 30 years, our main focus on nature has been about protection. And this, of course, remains essential. But I think what we've seen, and I think Professor Seppler also referred to that protection alone is no longer enough. 4 out of 5 EU protected habitats are now in a poor condition, and 1/3 are deteriorating. And only 1 in 10 is showing signs of improvement. And that's why, with our nature restoration law, we're seeking to take a groundbreaking initiative that includes an overarching objective for the EU as a whole, to which all member states should contribute, and a number of binding targets across a broad range of ecosystems to be achieved in each member state, coupled with, we hope, an effective implementation framework. Turning to our forest strategy, forests are at the heart of the EU biodiversity strategy, and of course, the frame for our policy was established in the forest strategy for 2030 that the Commission adopted last year. Our goal is to develop an EU-wide forest observation framework that gives open access to detailed, timely information on the condition and management of EU forests and the products and services they provide. And because we want to make good decisions, we need to have the best possible science and data to support our proposals when we come forward with this law on forest monitoring in the beginning of 2023. Another legislative initiative that is closely related that we're working on is a new piece of a law on soil health, which we hope will ensure consistency and complementarity with the nature restoration law I mentioned a moment ago. The soil health law will intend to address transboundary impacts of soil degradation, secure equal market conditions, and promote policy coherence at EU and national level, helping us thus to achieve our goals not only for climate change, but also for biodiversity, food security, and water protection. And the fourth dimension of our the collaboration between science and policy, which I think is very important, is when we come to policy implementation. And here I'd like to draw on my experience as the EU's mission manager for our mission on climate neutral and smart cities, which is rooted in the Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Framework Programme. But starting perhaps with a reference to nature-based solutions, because here we see opportunities for cities to use science for nature-based solutions and living labs to test innovative approaches on the ground. These are crucially important to accelerate and scale up our responses to biodiversity loss, particularly in urban areas. The European Union promotes an integrated approach and calls for an increased use of nature-based solutions to address climate, such as planting trees and re-establishing floodplains and similar measures. All of these help us to reduce the risks of flood and drought that are harmful for agricultural productions. Turning now to my role as mission manager for climate neutral and smart cities. The cities mission puts at its heart citizens in all their different roles, as political actors, users, producers, consumers, and visitors. More than that, it acknowledges that a new governance framework is needed to go beyond the silo working practices that we sometimes see towards more integrated, inclusive, and cross-cutting participatory governance. In short, to change the ways institutions work with citizens, local and regional authorities in member states. Institutional change, however, requires time, and capacities need to be built to achieve the transformative change advocated by these policies. We need to learn to work differently, particularly by connecting with local and regional authorities and communities. And a relevant example of how we can advance in this area, where I had the opportunity to participate last week, was at the BIODIVERSITY project that's been led by colleagues in the Joint Research Centre in the European Commission, which has been looking at different models of citizens' engagement on biodiversity in cities. And drawing on examples from 10 cities across the European Union, it looked at different formats, political institutional cultures, to see how public institutions and citizens can work together to address in a meaningful way the pressing challenges that we're facing in areas of biodiversity decline and also in the livability of our cities. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we are living in very challenging times, but we know in the Commission that we can count on your network and the European Union's scientific community more generally to make the case for urgent action on biodiversity and nature restoration. Because biodiversity is a science, and there's only one measurement that counts. Where it's increasing, we are succeeding, and where it's declining, we are failing. And for that, we need to have close cooperation between scientists and policymakers at the 4 levels that I've highlighted. When we're setting strategic vision, when we are trying to establish our global leadership in international discussions, when we're framing legislation and delivering policy to the benefit of our citizens and communities. Thank you very much for your attention.
And up there, the red URL, and there you will be asked the question, what is the most important action for halting biodiversity loss on a national level in your country, in your own opinion? And when you answer the question, please also mention the country of your country of residence, or whatever country it is that you are using in your answer as your country. We'll look at these responses a bit later. And I'm giving you a moment to type your answers. But maybe I'll already start introducing our panelists. So please, for one, Professor Josef Settele, please join me on stage for the panel. And then I'll grab this chair for myself. And then we'll also have Tarja Haaranen, who is Director General of the Department of the Natural Environment at the Ministry of Environment of Finland. Welcome. And Professor Janne Kotiaho, whom you've already seen on stage, many of you here. He's the chair of the Finnish Nature Panel. And Sara-Sofia Siren, who is a member of the Finnish Parliament. Welcome. We have microphones. So again, now we're going to be talking about, well, all of these topics that were already covered in Professor Settele's and Mr. Child's talks earlier. What kinds of successful policy actions can we imagine to halt biodiversity loss in the current situation, which can be challenging due to political and economic crises that are going on in Europe? So we'll be talking about the stumbling blocks, we'll be talking about opportunities. And to begin, I would like to hear from all of our panelists, what is your position, what is your role in regards to this topic? What are you doing in your work to help halt biodiversity loss? And we can start right here on my left with Ms. Siren.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. It's a very important topic, and I'm happy to be part of our very distinguished panel. So my name is Sara-Sofia Siren. I'm a member of Parliament in the Parliament of Finland and a member in the Environment Committee. I'm leading environment policy in my party, the National Coalition Party, which at the moment is in the opposition. Nevertheless, I'd say my role in the Parliament has been very much linked to cooperation between MPs from different parties and also across the border between the government and opposition, which I find super important in complex topics as this.
Thank you. And then Tarja Haaranen, welcome.
Thank you very much. I come from the Ministry of the Environment here in Finland. I'm the head of the Nature Environment Department. And actually, a few days ago, our ministry launched a new strategy to 2035, and one of the goals we have there is to solve the triple planetary crisis, which means we are working at the same time to solve the climate change crisis, the biodiversity loss and pollution. So I could say that at least in all of our work we should have biodiversity loss included. But we in Finland are in charge of nature conservation. We are preparing the legislation for that, and we are also preparing the nature conservation programs and establishing the nature conservation areas. We are coordinating the Finnish delegation for CBD, the Convention of Biological Diversity, and coordinating the EU work, especially the EU biodiversity strategy. And also we are in charge of preparing the Finnish national biodiversity strategy and action plan.
Thank you. And okay, and Professor Settele, we already got to know you a bit, but do you want to give a brief answer to this as well?
Well, in addition to what I mentioned before, I'm also a member of the multidisciplinary expert panel of IPBES, so the MAP, which is kind of designing the future strategies, the future things to be going on in IPBES. And as I said, my background is agriculture, so I'm very much in research in social ecological systems. So I'm always sitting in between chairs, which is not cozy, but very interesting.
Thank you. And then Professor Kotiaho, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. And as an academic, I would perhaps describe myself as a philosopher. And that means that I try to understand the world that we share with all the other living things. And in particular, what I try to do is to understand the impact we have on the other living beings on this planet. And as a chair of the Nature Panel, I try to communicate this understanding to the policymakers and to the public, but in particular to the policymakers.
Thank you. And now I would like to, again, each of our panelists to give me one example of successful influencing of politics or policies trying to halt biodiversity loss that you have been a part of or followed from afar. So successes in halting biodiversity loss. Do you want to start again, Sofia?
Well, sure, thank you. Well, you have to remember that I'm in the opposition now, so there's not so much success that I can bring out that I've done personally, but I'd like to raise this point on cooperation because I find it really important. Also, you know, we have an election coming, so we cannot focus on only one term. These are the kind of topics that we need to be working on for years and years ahead, and not only focus on the current term that we are having. Success, I'm also a member in the grant committee, which I forgot to mention, so I'm a lot involved in EU policy. And in this sense, the grant committee is giving up the framework for our ministers to negotiate on the EU level. And there has been some very good work within the committee where we have actually been able to, I hope, strengthen the position of Finland. I have also been active in founding some working groups within the parliament, cross-party working groups, and these have been especially successful in work linked to saving the Baltic Sea. So actually work with Baltic Sea, the biodiversity and linked to Baltic Sea, I'd raise as something that I've been successful with.
Okay, thank you. And then please go on.
As we heard earlier from our Minister Ohisalo, I think the legislative framework for Finland has been updated recently quite well. We have been preparing the Nature Conservation Act, the Climate Act, and it's very important that these are coherent and all take biodiversity loss into account. But to mention one success, I would like to raise the Finnish Habitats program, HELMI program. HELMI is Finnish and it means pearl. So we've been protecting and restoring and managing the nature's pearls, different kind of habitats. It's a voluntary program for landowners. They get compensation for their work. It's been really warmly welcomed. And for example, last year we had over 6,000 hectares Myers protected. That was well over what we were expecting. And we're working with different habitats: Myers, woodlands, wetlands, natural grasslands, and some aquatic biotopes. So I think that's really, really a good success story and a good beginning.
Okay, and then Professor Settele, what's your big success story?
Well, maybe it's a small success story, but it's a success story, really. I think of my work I was working in Vietnam for some time. And through these results we had, in this case, on the pesticide side, in rice ecosystems, I mentioned this before, our main results, we could, let's say, bring over through 3 or 4 different corners, links, the friend of a friend of a friend, to the minister, who could sell the idea of banning pesticides as his own idea, which he did. And the one success is that we could ban insecticides in rice in Vietnam for several years at least. And the other success was to convince your fellow scientists just to stay silent about this, because it's actually your achievement. You can sell it later in the referee journal literature. It's still okay. There's no competition. So you have to just be able to, what we call, whisper to the policymakers, also to give them a chance to have something which they can really describe as their own kind of findings. That's one thing I found quite amazing because of these 2 components.
And that's super interesting. How about you? Do you have a whisper network?
I wish. So it's actually very difficult to know when you have an influence.
Yeah.
When you are a scientist, an academic, and not actually doing the decisions and so forth. So, yeah, but maybe I start mentioning that, Sara Sofia, you are in the opposition, but you are one of the most or more kind of, what's the word, constructive persons in the opposition, and that's why you actually have an influence, even though you are not in the cabinet at the moment.
Yeah, I'm whispering.
Yeah, exactly. So I believe that I have had some impact on the biodiversity offsetting that we were discussing yesterday, because I was invited to whisper in the previous negotiations for the government, and there I was talking about this issue, and also we have been talking about and doing research over it for a long time. So I believe that there may have been some influence that it's now in the Nature Protection Act, but for sure I know that how it is actually implemented in the Nature Conservation Act, in the forthcoming Nature Conservation Act, there definitely has been some influence.
And actually, I wanted to follow up on this because the whole scientists whispering to policymakers is that's a fairly central idea. It's something that we've also been talking about here. What are all of these different routes that researchers need to be able to use, maybe be able to use much more efficiently and strategically than before. So Sara Sofia Siren, I would like to hear your view. What would you like for researchers to learn and know how to do? What are the ways of getting their message to politicians in an effective way?
Oh, that's a really good question, and there's always room to improve the dialogue between researchers and experts and us politicians. The 3 panels that are organizing this event, they do a really important work, and they have a really important role in this. My maybe message or tip would be to always keep in mind that politicians are, well, they're people, and they have limited capacity to work on topics and to be into different topics. And we have hundreds of people contacting us on a daily basis with their worries and with their thoughts and with their questions and with their need for funding. So we already are quite aware of all the things that are wrong if you have something that you feel that the politicians are doing wrong or something's wrong in the world, there's a good chance that we already know. But what we need is to have, ideas on what should be done. Concrete examples, big or small. These are the steps based on facts, based on science that we would advise you to take. And another tip that I'd give is on contacting politicians and policymakers. I'm not even a minister, and I get hundreds of emails and messages a day. So if you send me a report of 300 pages as an appendix and a message 2 pages long asking me to look into your report, I'm really sorry, but there's a good chance that I'll have other things to do too. But if you really have your core message in a short paragraph, you send that out to me and propose that if I'm interested, you'll be happy to help me out. That will work in a better manner. Hope that helps.
That was a fantastic answer. And now, Tarja Haaranen, please continue.
Yeah, can I add something to this? There's a lot that we share in the administration about what kind of information we need. But one thing I think we should communicate better to the scientists is the timing and the processes we are working with. Because it's very important that the researchers, the scientists, they know when is the time to send some information or send some results. And that is, of course, we have to look into the mirror and continue discussing this to the scientific world.
Thank you. Now we have asked our audience about the most important single actions that should be taken to halt the biodiversity loss on a national level. But I would like to pose the same question to you. So name 1 or 2 concrete actions that you would like to see taken, either in Finland or in Germany. And I would add EU level is a fine level to talk about as well. And maybe now we can do a different direction. So Janne Kotiaho, please go ahead.
Okay, so one thing is always a difficult thing when the world is not so black and white. It may be the wrong one thing. So in the Nature panel, we have been analyzing all of the kind of policy documents at the global and EU level, and also involved in the work in Finland. And we kind of conclude from that analysis that the ambition level that we have set is high enough. So even though I said that I'm a philosopher, I think that the time of talking starts to be over. So we don't need more ambitious targets. That's what we don't need. But what we then do need is that now when we are talking about biodiversity, it's ecology that we need to look into. So there are 3 things that ecology is important. Species need area. If they don't have area, they cannot have quality, which is the second thing that species need. And then when we have area and good quality area, then we need to consider how it's distributed in space. So where are their patches? How connected they are? So these 3 things are the key issues that we need to consider when we want to think biodiversity. And then we can come to the kind of actions that what we need to do. We need to protect and restore. We need to protect the things that we already, that we still have intact or even in semi-good condition. And then we need to restore those areas that we have destroyed already. But that's the action that can only be taken, and I'm getting closer to the real thing. So those actions we can only take if we have a long-term resources to secure those actions that then the actual doers do. And therefore, what we actually suggest in the panel is that we should perhaps utilize the GDP, which was criticized earlier, in a way that we should tie the funding of the biodiversity and nature funding in general to the GDP, and maybe something like 1% of that should be allocated to this work until we have reached all those wonderful targets that we have now set to ourselves. So that's what we should do.
Thank you. How about you, Professor Settelä? What's your action?
Well, I think the talking is not over, but it depends on whom you're talking to. No? So, I mean, spreading the news, spreading the information across to the population is still a very important thing to do, also for scientists, which are sometimes reluctant to do this. And I guess getting lots of people on board and, let's say, bringing across the background you have in a convincing manner, not an arrogant manner, but it's kind of, let's say, taking people on board by being just part of the community, trying your best to do this, which is not necessarily so easy. This might help a lot. So if this kind of, let's say, you can develop this kind of joint feelings. I do a lot with agricultural people, actually, because of my background is quite helpful. And I use this kind of background. I was testing tractors when I was young. There's a nice entry point to discuss with farmers, because then you're immediately accepted as a partner, rather than a kind of crazy, green, arrogant scientist or something like this. No? And this is an entry point which is important. So talking is not over, but it's different context. And in the moment, I think the most important part here is to, let's say, bring across the message, what is the use of giving up all this kind of nature reserved areas in agricultural lands due to the Ukraine conflict, for example. It's surely a very important example. Because if we look into details, into figures and all these kind of things, well, all the land we use for producing meat, kind of too much meat, for example, or many other things, is so much more than these tiny areas which we think can now help to save the production of wheat. So just bring across some of these figures, some of these facts, and not really having this kind of discussions which are going in the completely wrong direction. So this is an important component right now in the actual situation. So this kind of activism doesn't solve the problem. It rather creates more problems because we are not getting closer to this kind of sustainability in land use. So that would be one of the things, I think, regionally, but also nationally and also on the European scale is quite important. And I think we cannot really stress this often enough.
And that was actually the question that I was thinking about asking you earlier after your talk, was when you were talking about food system trade-offs, quality versus quantity, and the fact that you are moving on to working more on the food system, that there is a lot of pressure to prioritize quantity over quality in Europe right now and maximize agricultural land in use, and also to put environmental regulation like pesticide reductions on hold. So what would your message to those actors be who are pushing for kind of a step back?
Yeah, it's not about quantity, it's actually about quality. It means which kind of food do you have? So if a lot of, let's say, food which you produce, which is wasted, which you don't really need, or is kind of, let's say, expensive to produce energetically, like meat-based production, if you are able to reduce this to some extent, you gain so much more in area that you can even afford, let's say, some kind of ecological agriculture which still yields enough to feed the people because the system is different in terms of feeding. And this is a completely different, it's maybe a very important first step in transforming our food production system. And then there is enough area to produce food for us if it's much less meat-based, of course. So that's the thing. And then we don't have to discuss this few square kilometers, let's say, these few hectares, which we try to, let's say, use now to produce more wheat, which is a kind of, it's a complete shadow activity. It really distracts from the real important issues, I would say. But it's not easy, of course. It's a matter of how we consume, so consumption mentioned this morning, and how we have our own, let's say, behavior, our values, our attitudes. And we all know it's very hard to change things you did for a long time as a kind of tradition, the things you're known to, and changing this is a very difficult thing, but it's exactly what transformation is all about, I think.
Thank you. And going back to our question, Tarja Haaranen, what would your action that you would want to see happening?
First of all, I would like to say that I got my background also in the agriculture, and I worked as an agricultural advisor when I finished my studies. And I have to say, as a civil servant, that kind of background also helps when dealing with different actors. But what I would like to say, see changing, if I can say only one thing, of course, I would say that I would like to see the transformative change happening. That we have to somehow get the biodiversity into circular economy, the climate change adaptation and mitigating. We have to have it in the land use decisions. It's really important that it's there in everywhere. We got all the partners involved. We have to have the direct drivers and the indirect drivers taken into account. Of course, we need the nature conservation measures, like it was brought up here. We need to protect the areas, we need to restore, we have to do that, but it's very clear that it's not the nature conservation that will solve this problem alone. So we really have to work together, have to do cross-sectoral work, and I think one of the really promising thing, what I see in my work is that I keep getting a lot of phone calls from the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment about biodiversity issues, and I can feel that something's changing. Also, our Ministry of Finance is making their own strategy about climate change and biodiversity issues. So I see this very promising point, and I think was it Eva Prima here who brought up this cooperation, and I think we quite often get accused that we don't work with for example, the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. But I can convince you, if you look at my calendar, that I work with them more than I work with my own people, more or less. So there is a lot going on, a lot of discussions, a lot of common goals, and I see there is a change in this kind of cooperation, and that's really promising.
Thank you. So like kind of cross-institutional collaboration is happening more than before. And how about you, Sara-Sofia?
Well, I definitely think this needs a round of applause. I mean, that's really changing, and it is a big change. I would agree to what Mr. Kotiaho said about targets and goals. I mean, they're set. That's true on a national level and also on an EU level, more or less. So what we need now is implementation, right? And with implementation, our biggest challenge is confrontation. And surely everyone present is aware of the difficulty, how difficult it can be to talk about biodiversity or climate change with people from the agricultural side or forestry, for example, or from the side of the economy, more or less. So this needs to be changed, and I too have seen that it has changed throughout the years that I've been in the Parliament. So it's very promising. You mentioned the Helmi program. I'd also like to mention the Metso program, which is also a voluntary-based and has been maybe the most successful program that we've had in terms of tackling this problem of confrontation between the landowners and us who want to protect the nature, not only use it. The one tool that I've been working with since last term is also linked to budget work, sustainable development budget. It was introduced last term by Petteri Orpo, who was at that time the Minister of Finance, and it has continued. I have this personal vision of the sustainable development goals being implemented in the budget, because you know politics is pretty much around the budget book that we have. Now is the time, the autumn time again, to work on the budget for next year. So if we have the targets and goals implemented into the budget book, we are getting somewhere. It's taking us forward. Also, what we really need to do next term, in the next government's program, we'll have to face the fact that the traditional old-fashioned structure that we have on food production in Finland and in many other European countries, that is mainly or almost in total focused on animal-based production, that we need to change.
Thank you. And Janne Kotiaho, you had a comment.
Yeah, maybe something to clarify that what Tarja was saying, that nature protection is not enough. Well, that's kind of semi-truth, because nature conservation would be enough if we just did it, but we don't do it enough, and that's why it's not enough. And when I'm saying nature conservation, I'm also meaning avoiding the damage, which is then much broader than just setting aside areas, which of course is what we need to do. And then about the targets being in the budget book, I think that's very good thing. That's very good idea. And it's about 1,000 pages. So biodiversity needs about 10 pages. That's 1%.
Tarja, go ahead.
I think also I would like to mention the ecosystem account, that we should really start using that so we can follow the natural capital and we can see the changes, what's happening. I hope that will be in the next government program.
Okay. I still wanted to briefly ask you about about barriers. Are there still barriers to this cross-institutional collaboration that you're talking about? Are there still connections that are not being made? And also, if we don't see 10 pages for biodiversity in next year's budget, then whose fault is it? Who is stopping you from putting it there?
Just me?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, today is the International Day of Democracy, and one small part of democracy is that I'll never be able to make the decisions on my own. And this is probably one of the biggest obstacles too, because in these complex questions such as tackling biodiversity, nature loss, we need everyone abroad. So it needs to be cross borders between parties and institutions, and also cross the terms that we have after elections. So, I mean, we need to have the majority on board, not even one party or two parties. In a country like Finland, where we have a multi-party democratic system, we have to have everyone, well, majority involved on these targets. Another challenge that we have is, which has also been said before, we have a lot of crises going on at the moment. And it seems that the war and the economic challenges that we have and the pandemic are taking space from climate change and biodiversity. So we need every one of you to be active and reminding politicians in all parties that we have these huge crises still in the background. They have not gone anywhere. Quite the contrary, even though we have new crises coming on top of them.
Mm. Yeah, and that was one of the things that I kept thinking about from yesterday's discussions, was that we should also be prepared for the next crisis, even when we don't know what is the next crisis, but we do know that it's coming. We are living in an era of consecutive and overlapping crises. So sort of that will change a lot of the ways in which we think about responding to long-term crises versus short-term crises, because we are having both of them sort of active on top of each other all the time.
Yeah, I have 2 master's degrees, and the second one is from future studies. So I'm frustrated all the time as a politician on how the way we see the future is so short-termed in politics. I mean, you can go to any political discussion and we're talking about the next budget or the next election. That's pretty much it. So we have the maximum length of our vision is 4 years, and that's at the time of the governmental program negotiations. Then we are thinking 4 years ahead. So that's actually the most important time of being active to influence the governmental program. But yeah, I'm open for any ideas that you have that could enlarge the vision of decision makers from to see the future beyond. I'm working on it myself.
Thank you. Now I'd like to look at our audience answers about and I'm getting up so that I can see the screen. I guess we have some of them visible here. This is a fantastic amount of replies. I'm reading a few of them. I hear from the Netherlands, strengthening biodiversity outside of protected areas, so agricultural land and cities. From from Hungary, stop greenfield developments, agricultural reform, including reform of common agricultural policy, and rehabilitation of wetlands. In Finland, limiting the amount of forest harvests. In Cyprus, restrict the use of chemical pesticides near biodiversity protected areas, promoting growth of endemic habitats, and so on. These are Luxembourg is all in. And a lot of forest protection related notes from Finland, limiting clear cutting, nature inclusive green spaces of all sorts in Netherlands. So these are, and I guess I want to ask from you, Professor Settele, these are different, it's kind of from this very brief look, it looks like the answers from different countries are different. Like clearly from within one country you can get very different answers, but also from comparing Finland to the Netherlands, for example, is a super different thing. And how does that play out in European policymaking about the actions that should be prioritized?
Well, in the end, we always have to localize the activities. And of course, in Finland, you have 70% forests, I think, so we talk about forestry to quite some extent. In Germany, we have 50% agricultural land and 30% forest, so the priorities are different. It reflects somehow the situation in the countries you have. This also means the policies, in the end, of course, have to be nationalized. So they have the European frame, that's okay. It's important and helpful, often, not always. Then you have to, let's say, implement things on a more local scale, even going further down, because, for example, southern Bavaria is different from some Nordic places in Germany, for example. So things are quite very different. You have different ecosystems, different problems, and then different solutions. And that explains the diversity of answers, of course, because it's all based on the direct surroundings of mostly of the people who give answers here. So the thing is, you have to have this kind of large picture, and you have to go down to the local scale to make the implementation. That makes it so complicated. It's diversified, but there is no other way out, so you have to find local solutions. But not forgetting the impacts you have locally on the larger scale, which is often important. So if you just do it in isolation, you might just create a very wonderful wonder world somewhere and depend on resources from elsewhere we don't care about. It's just coming in from somewhere. Even on the European level. That is yesterday, I think 80% of our impacts of European land use activities are somewhere else in the global south. And that's something which is really very hard to accept. I think it should be quite different, actually. So we are living, in this case, with the resources from elsewhere, where people have much less wealth, for example. So that's going down and going up again. It's always both.
Patrick Child mentioned in his comment also that the European Union is also creating its own principles for forest conservation. Do you see that becoming more difficult now that there is a crisis mode of thinking going on, and we already know that for example, the Nordic governments have been fairly protective of their own forest policies? We had Sirpa Pietikäinen participating yesterday, who is one of the chief negotiators on the EU taxonomy. Is it going to be a bloody fight over the next months?
So the question is whether this is whether I see this as a kind of difficult development.
Yeah, is it becoming more difficult?
Well, it becomes more differentiated, which is neutral as a statement, and I think we still depend very much on the European setting in order to have this kind of, let's say, baselines, kind of, let's say, orientation, which is a kind of the joint policy we have, and that's in many cases quite helpful, because I think the European Commission, at least, is susceptible in a very positive way to advice from EEAC and many other councils, which bring across, let's say, the background, the knowledge we have, and also try to implement it in this kind of regulations or this kind of directives, all these things. So I think it's important. It's a very important level where science comes in and frames the conditions on the European scale. And then there are national interests, which is very obvious. And the thing is, it's very hard to judge whether it's good or bad. It depends on how it develops. But I think we need both in the end.
Yeah.
So scientists always say it depends. Oh, sorry for this.
How about the rest of our panelists? What would you like to see happening, like sort of a midterm European policy?
Well, I think we already have very much going on in the European policy. There is the EU biodiversity strategy already setting quite ambitious goals for us, regulations and guidelines. There's also farm to fork strategy, there's the whole Green Deal packet. There's a lot going on, and the problem of what I think is how we're going to implement all this on the member state level. So, and also I have to mention that what will happen in CBD COP in December in Canada will also be very important to set us a global framework and will give us like a guidance for a long term what to see. So yes, I think it's important, and we have a lot going on in the EU policies right now.
Well, you can go first, and then if you had, Janne, if you have a comment at the ready.
Yeah, I was just wanting to add that one big thing that is happening right now also in the EU is the European Commission's proposal for the restoration law. And that has some really kind of ambitious targets. Of course, it's being now watered down by all of the member states, or trying to anyways, for the national interests, of course. But what I think that really is needed is some sort of consensus among policymakers, and then, well, policymakers in particular, because I think that at the moment the biggest problem is that we don't have large enough majority that thinks that we should really do things for biodiversity. So it's kind of in opposition at the moment. So we need to have this changed. We need to have a common view that we really need to do something about this.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be quite sure that it's not getting any easier. So a lot of work has been done, and like I said, we have these strategies and programs on climate change and biodiversity and circular economy, and we're working on these. But right now, it seems that implementation is not getting easier. It has never been easy. It's not getting easier. If we think, for example, the situation that we have with energy at the moment. I mean, even in Finland, a lot of people are super concerned of the next winter, which is totally understandable. And in other European countries, the challenges and the stacks are much higher. People are really struggling to have heat and electricity and keep their houses warm and to be able to pay their bills. So this creates yet again a new challenge: how to keep people involved, even people who really know the importance of environment and climate might have a shift of focus when they are struggling to live with their personal lives. So this is a new challenge on both national and EU level, that we really need to be careful on how to work on these issues in a way that we have people on board.
And I wanted to ask you, Tarja Haaronen, now from your ministry point of view, how do you negotiate biodiversity goals then with all of these other priorities that exist, like the ones that Sara-Sofia mentioned, and also climate priorities and so on?
I think it's really important that we can explain the benefits of the biodiversity work. And this is something we definitely need the scientific world to give us more information about this. And we have to somehow be able to communicate that it's not only the number of species that it's important, it's the whole kind of system that depends on this, and how also the economy depends on biodiversity, and how it is really crucial for our lives. And this is something we should do a lot better. And this is something that we really need the research, and we need to get the biodiversity included in also the economical research, and of course with the economical discussions that are going on and in the planning.
And then one thing that I know that for a long time it was difficult to get, for example, the private sector involved in biodiversity issues because a lot of energy was going toward climate, and that was like something that was also maybe felt that was easy to communicate to consumers and so on. What we heard yesterday was that it is changing. Companies in Finland, for example, are now maybe like more interested in biodiversity issues, but maybe do not know what that would actually mean for them, what kinds of actions to take. And they were also worried about being seen as greenwashing because of bad experiences. So we've been talking about communicating to the public, communicating between the researchers and politicians, but how do you get, what would be tools for getting the private sector involved, green finance involved more in biodiversity questions?
I have the feeling right now that the financing sector is going really fast already, and we see it happening quicker than it's actually happening in the administration. There's a lot of investors who are really interested in this, and the whole idea of this green money is now going on very strong. I heard yesterday about the Dutch bank that has made a new biodiversity indicator for all their investments, and that was really interesting. And these kind of examples we need to know more. But of course, this kind of public-private cooperation, business and biodiversity thinking, we should work a lot more on these kind of issues.
Yeah. Josef Settele, please.
Sometimes I'm even surprised how fast and how quick the businesses are. So I had a meeting with our president Steinmeier a year ago, something like this, together with some business people, and they knew more about the global assessment than me myself. I was really surprised. And I said, okay, we have to be much faster. So they've been the more extreme ones, have been the ones from the private businesses. One of them was a German employee from UPM, actually, from this Finnish forest company, just as a kind of footnote. Because it's Finland here. So that's one component. And the other one is, I noticed now we made a proposal recently for a research activity where we have been asked by Swiss Re whether they really could become part of it because of the reinsurance thing in the whole issue is quite important. They see it as very relevant and strategically important. And this tells you that they are thinking quite ahead. And of course, they notice how expensive these damages are if you don't prevent them. And that's another point we had before, everything about future prevention. It's very hard to, let's say, well, there is no glory in prevention. I think that's the saying. And that's a tricky thing we have. If we are successful in prevention, nobody notices. So we have new crises. It's a matter of 5 years or 10 years of the kind of intervals. And if you're successful, it takes longer time. But still, it's very hard to prove that prevention was successful. But it's something where it's an important point. And if reinsurance companies go into this, that's exactly what they are thinking about, to be preventive, to, let's say, avoid losses. So that's a direction which I'm very optimistic of, and I think they are really faster than the administration, that's right, in thinking. They have the think tanks, they're very much ahead, and some companies which have very negative, let's say, reputation, like chemical companies, Bayer, Monsanto, they have some interesting people thinking far ahead in totally different directions. So there's also a kind of hope somehow. Of course, it's always the balance between, is it a real good intention for improving things, is it greenwashing? You never know, but again, no risk, no fun. I think it's a strategy we have to follow.
And that reminds me, kind of from my own field, from journalism, I've once heard someone very smart say that journalists should generally look at the reinsurance companies for sort of setting a baseline of what's going on. And don't look at the other companies, but the reinsurance companies, they know where the money, they will know where the risk, it's their job to know where the risk is at and how much it's going to cost. So they are generally the first to show where the movement is going. Now we're getting close to the end of this panel. I still wanted to ask you, maybe Janne Kotiaho and Josef Settele, about from a scientist's point of view, what do you find that is difficult to, or maybe not just what is difficult, but what is it like to communicate about research and, to politicians and the public, because this is something that keeps coming up in this panel all the time, that the public needs to be brought on board before real change can happen before we can get the budget that you feel that you need, and also to politicians. So where does what is difficult, and what are the opportunities in communicating about science, about biodiversity, to the public and politicians?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think that when we talk about politicians and public, I feel that they are almost the same, because politicians are selected from the public in a way. In some sense, the politicians are difficult, and I think that we touched upon this, or Sara-Sofia was touching this issue in the very beginning, because they have only 30 seconds for you. So these issues are so very complicated that it's very hard to say something concrete and something useful other than staying at the top level in these short moments that you can have with these decision makers. I think that is the most important thing, how to actually prepare the elevator talk, that it is concrete enough and has some substance in it, and not just saying that, okay, we are losing the world, do something, which is not helpful. So, yeah, I think that we need to develop our whispering skills. 10 pages, 10 pages.
Joseph, did you have anything to add?
And of course you have to see how you can, let's say, have access to the elevator. And I think that's a matter also of quality of your scientific background, of reputation, for example, of your council, this kind of things. It's quite important that you keep this level of having a good reputation of doing profound work, and then translating this in the elevator talk to the politician. Another point is in the communication, it's always a difficulty. Well, we don't have time, but you should not really make people press them too much, because then they react in a kind of, they're rejecting. So you have to pretend, take your time, which you don't have. This is a kind of real conflict, I mean, in the communication. So I'm trying to be relaxed, pretend to be, but and not really. But that's the only way how you can have people listening to you. You don't go out there as a missionary. You're just supporting the decision making, which takes time. So this is a kind of trade-off which is hard to solve. But if we are too alarmistic, I think we don't get people on board.
Okay. No, you had a comment to that, Tarja, and that will be the closing comment of this panel.
Okay, well, I ended with something positive. When I think something is being done right, because if I look at the Finnish media, for example, I see also a change there. There's one of our main newspaper who's got a biodiversity loss journalist now, and all these really excellent articles are really also helping with the public opinion.
Okay, now I say thank you to all of our wonderful panelists. This was fantastic, and I have a whole bunch of notes that I made for myself about things that I need to think about in the future, about communication, about science, and the sort of the next policy steps that we might or might not see in the European and Finnish level. Thank you so much. And now to our audience. This is the time. This is again a time for a coffee break. Parallel sessions will resume in half an hour, so 11:30. Again, 3 sessions that you have signed up for when you registered for the conference. So thank you very much, and thank you panelists, and have a very good coffee break, and have a nice chat with someone. All right, welcome to the closing session of the 30th anniversary conference of EEAC here in Paasitorni in Helsinki, Finland. This session now is, of course, it's an opportunity to look back on the past 2 days here. But first, we'll look briefly into the future. Next year's conference will be hosted by Romania. And Mr. Laszlo Borbély from the Romanian Prime Minister's office has kindly agreed to give a few words on their plans for next year. So please, Mr. Borbély, come join me on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It was 2 beautiful days for me, not just because I feel that I told to Arno, we are like a family, yes? And we have a lot of positive energy, and it's important. And here there are many personalities in different areas, but we want a better world, yes? And that's why I would like to thank to our host, of course. First, we will try next year to be a good host, and I hope that we will prove this in Romania. Romania is a beautiful country, one of the most beautiful countries in Europe. So you have to be there next year. And for sure, for me and my colleagues, we will be very active because we have our consultative council, and we will support all your initiatives in the future. So thank you, Arno. Thank you for organizing with you, with your colleagues, the volunteers, and we will have music. Unfortunately, I have to leave at 3 o'clock, so thank you very much for inviting me, and see you in Romania. We say noroc, which is good luck, yes, and we, as a glass of champagne, we say noroc. So noroc for Romania, for EEAC, and for a better life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I really hope there will be champagne next time we meet. You guys already have your microphone. So now, the next up in this session, we'll meet a group of students and teachers from Otaniemi Upper Secondary School, which is located some 7 kilometers to the west from here. I just checked that on Google Maps. They've prepared messages to researchers and decision makers. And now also briefly, after their talk, we'll see a brief video reel that shows some of the highlights from the past 2 days. But now it is my honor to invite the group from Otaniemi. Please take the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aki Saareho, and I'm one of the teachers in our group. So we have a Sustainable Future Club, as you can see, at our school. We too are the teachers, but most importantly, we brought our students with us from our group who have the really pressing and immediate messages that they want to say out loud as well. But we'll start with a brief introduction. I think that was in order next. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm the other teacher, Kirsi Haapamäki, biology and geography teachers, and the students are...
Hi, I'm Elina.
I'm Annika.
And I'm Ida.
Okay, something first about our school and what we do there. School is for us an important place, our mini world, to learn to do things in a new way. Even this moment is for us about learning new things. There are so many people at school society, and quite often we can just decide to do things in another way. Like when we moved to the new school building 3 years ago, we definitely wanted to recycle all our waste. That was not possible at that time in Espoo, our home city. But finally, 10 schools were allowed to test dividing different waste to recycling. And today, it's a new normal. all upper secondary schools recycled their waste. This was really an empowering experience to us. We also want to say that this work is about curiosity and concrete utopias, positive ones. It's inspiring, not depressing. For example, we have created a terrace garden of 20 square meters for growing food with 10 euros, because we made everything based on circular economy. Students designed the project themselves. Sofas from cheap wooden crates, seeds for seedlings from bio-waste, biocarbon from the sticks in the yard, soil and fertilizers from school bio-waste with bokashi compost, and garden equipment as a donation. Another example, we were able to take part in Finnish climate law workshop. Students were able to take part in school, but they said they never would have done that on their own. Still, they wanted to let the government to know that this is an excellent way to get young people to know about new things and let them make a change.
The sustainability goals that countries and the EU have are for a long time period. We feel like they're a bit too far away, and we would like to see development and change in our daily lives. We do understand that societies and countries take time to change structures and laws, but we think that this transition should all happen even faster and maybe in more concrete ways. Attitudes toward climate actions are often divided into two. Some think individuals are responsible, but some think that the efforts of individuals are useless because governments and big companies who cause a lot of these emissions are responsible for the actions. I think that they should be divided in half and half because the efforts of one individual can inspire others, and by our everyday choices, we consumers shape the market and what companies do. On the other hand, governments have power to enforce laws designating and limiting these actions of the corporations. Some of this uncertainty of responsibility can be caused by the fact that we don't really know what happens behind the scenes of, for example, these climate projects. This is where the aspect of time comes in, because the schedules of different goals are often so far away that one feels like nothing happens just when it isn't seen. I think this could be solved by informing citizens more about what's happening and giving better media visibility for these kind of news instead of only informing about catastrophes caused by climate change. Also, we children and young adults look up to adults and learn norms from them, whether they are teachers or parents. This is why you, adults, have some responsibility in the way you act, because children mimic it.
Is it fair that Europeans live a prodigal life at the expense of other people and animals and nature, plus millions of people suffer from climate change, rising sea level, stronger storms, famine and lack of water? Big plastic companies sell plastic to poorer countries which don't have a functioning recycling system for plastic. So the streets and rivers are filled with plastic. The responsibility is ours. Our cultures encourage us to buy more, buy new. It's disgusting that so many things we enjoy have caused suffering to so many people and animals. And we here in Europe are the last ones who have to suffer for that. Money can't be too big factory. If we think about money and what is the best for us right now, we will not have a future.
That one, okay. I have a bit for sciences before Ida closes the speech that we have, or the students have here. For scientists, we want to say, open your mouth, please. Out loud, shout or scream, but please be in the discussion wherever you can. We need peer-reviewed studies, scientific journals, informative podcasts, everything that tells us the truth and nothing but all kinds of truth. The state of our climate, biodiversity's ups and downs, how to degrow, all of these we must hear from you, people dedicated to studying how the world works. Oh, and we want the same as you. We want to hear of new ways of doing things.
Our Prime Minister Sanna Marin and her government had lots of promises and talks concerning the climate crisis and conservation of nature. I was relieved when I heard that this government will do something, but now I feel like these were promises, were just talks, and a lot of things were undone. I actively sign petitions about climate and nature, and since there are still a lot of them, I feel like the government hasn't done enough. For example,
For example, there are petitions for banning forest loggings and turning old forests into nature reserves. That is, I think, a job that the government should have done, because Finland has only a factor of reserved forests and the majority is for industry. Although forests cover 75% of Finland's surface area, it doesn't equate to EU's requirements of the biodiversity of forests. Secondly, I am concerned that nature conservation is only done by a few organizations when I feel like it should be done diversely by many groups. Also, it isn't fair that the smaller groups that are trying to help forests, for instance, are being shut down by the bigger and more powerful groups that are chasing money. I think that many can agree that the decisions are made in terms of the economy and not how it would be best for a sustainable development. To end this, we are very happy to be here today to talk about these things, but we would be even happier when things started to happen. On the behalf of all of us, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Annika and Ida and Elina and your teachers. And I know that your demands were heard here in this room by many researchers and some politicians, and I hope they will be heard on and on again in wider circles. And now during these past 2 days, we've talked a lot about ways to join forces between policymakers and scientists and the private sector and activists and other citizens in order to push for the urgently needed sustainability transformation in Europe. And we've talked about Europe's global responsibilities and new ways of doing things, as you put it. And we've talked about the importance of fairness and justice and democracy in climate change mitigation and biodiversity conservation. And we've also talked about concrete policy actions that we want to see happening now. And of course, over and over again, we've heard that the current political and economic crisis must not override the commitments made to tackle these planetary crises that are not going away. Now we're going to see this brief highlights video. And after that, we have some time for thanks and music. Okay. Now it's been a delight and an honor to meet so many participants and speakers here during these 2 days, and I hope you're taking inspiration and new ideas home. I'm sure I am. And in particular, I want to thank the Secretariat at each of the 3 independent science panels who organized this conference. So the Finnish Experts Panel for Sustainable Development, the Finnish Climate Change Panel, and the Finnish Nature Panel. You've done an amazing amount of work to make this happen. And thank you also to hosts here at Paasitorni. And thank you each and every volunteer who has helped with the hundreds of tasks that it takes to make an event like this happen. And now we are going to have some music, but before that, I'll tell you that when the music stops, our time here at this room is over. Some of you have signed up to participate in the excursion to Harakka Island, which is a really lovely place. It's one of my favorite places in Helsinki, and do look for the public artwork by H.R. Giger. So when you leave for there, you're going to find information on where to gather, where to find the bus from our organizers here. Do you have the information now? Same place as yesterday, behind the building, in front of the building, at 4. Okay, so at 4 in front of the building for the excursion to Harakka. Now we will hear Vimma. They're right here behind me. They play progressive folk/pop music with lyrics about the climate crisis and Finnish mythology and utopias, which I think is a wonderful triangle to kind of take on all that's important in the world. Thank you again, everyone, and Vimma, the stage is yours.
Dimma. And now we are going to play you songs about things that we really want to give value to. The next song is called Animal Song, and I have a story. When I was little, like 5 years old, I used to walk around in the forests in the Samiland where my family is from, and I was always so afraid of tigers that somehow there would be like these tribes and the tiger would like get me. But then I grew up and I realized that almost all of the tigers are already dead. So this is a song for these imaginary tigers of my childhood.
know how many of you followed the news last April. There was this train coming from Russia filled with coal. Then there were some activists, like me and my friends, and we stopped the train, and then we camped on the train and next to the train for 10 days. It was ours. And yeah, so actually I stole a piece of that coal anthracite, the oldest kind. So this is like some for the coal. If you want, you can pass it around. I mean, it's 350 million years ago when that shit was living and breathing. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Niin muuten tuohon äskeiseen liittyen vielä, että täällä on talon ihmisiä paikalla, niin jos tulee ideoita, että mitä kannattaisi blogata, mikä on mahdollisimman tehokasta, niin silleen, please kertokaa. Mä oon taideopiskelija ja yritän keksiä sitä. Mä luulen, että täällä on paremmat aivot siihen hommaan. Eli onks Kalle niissä? Eli Kalle, missä toi on Kalle? In English. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Yeah, no, I was just saying that if you come up with a next thing to blog, like, hit me up. So this next song is Kalle's song, this is Kalle, and it's Kalle's song. It's and like, yes, living in this time and being young in this time means that the climate crisis will be the framework of my life for the rest of my life. So this is kind of about that and feeling that.
Tiedätkö, kun joskus tuntuu siltä, tai siis en tiedä edes mistä aloittaisin lauseet. Kielot kasvaa mun kiuksiin ja kysää. Thank you.